All right, refresh the YouTube. Should be there now. Yeah, I can share that with you, the pre-market compare, absolutely. Pretty simple what I've done in that. Just a little bit of volumetrics, new highs versus new lows. Nothing too fancy. Alrighty, let's see. I know someone said sounds like Bluetooth connection. Let me know if that's any better. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Ray. Now, I made an adjustment on the mic too, so I'm hoping that that helped out. All right, let's get rid of those drawings on the screen. And I think that'll do it for pre-market here. So bear with me a few moments, folks, while I make some adjustments here and put together a layout to bring over here. yes, you folks will probably hear a lot of knocking sound as I get slacked nonstop today. But I don't like wearing earphones all day long, so you'll have to bear with me for the next week plus on listening to the knocking noise of Slack. Alrighty, I think I got the layout. Well, I'll leave it like this for now. For anybody that's wondering what I am currently showing right now, for my day trading, I like this race that'll be up here. We got a 15-minute chart, daily chart, and toggle back and forth with 5-minute chart in the race. Single stock window, some relevant things in there. This is a position and lifetime range scan, some volumetrics in there. Stock's got to be within 15% of its lifetime high. This is a scan that I do my kind of homework with, that I'm looking for things that might have some follow through on the next day. I call it my evening scan. I've been through a lot of my evening scans, so this was updated something, whatever. And then I put Barry's 10-day daily breakouts up here. 10-day daily breakdown is down here. They're both on the don't repeat. Some different columns for those items that are there. And for now, that's the layout that I'll rock. I'll probably make some adjustments and changes as the days and weeks go on. I said days and week go on. Good morning, John. How are you? Thank you, Harry. Thank you. So sorry, I might reference things as I scroll back up and have missed something prior. So yeah, that's kind of what I'll keep for now for that layout. Of course, if people have questions or anything, fire those away for me here. We've got 2.5 minutes for the casino opens for the last trading day of the week. Capital Preservation Friday, as I like to call it, meaning that, if you haven't had the week you were hoping for trading, don't try to make it up today. And if you've had a good week trading today, don't hand it back, right? Preserve your capital on Friday. Two things that I do on my trading week here is Monday, I'm slow to do anything unless there's some real reason to get me convicted about going in on anything. And, Fridays, try to make sure I protect what I've done. If I haven't had the week I was hoping for, cautiously add to things if I am seeing them in the tea leaves like the rest of us would do. The ultimate casino, but we get to choose how we manage our risk in this casino. We don't get as much risk management choices in the other casinos. There you have it, William. Less than one, he says. 30 seconds. There's a movie reference. Whenever I think of a countdown on a clock, I always think of the Ninja Turtles movie with the pizza delivery guy. Anywho, here we go. Squash these around a little bit. Scrolling around some price alerts I've had set here. NNOX, another gap up for that, huh? This thing is just a beast. There's Apple looking real strong right now. Apple going to save the day from all these banks are getting crushed. Morning, Cyber. Sorry, just seeing that coming in the chat from the YouTube side of things here.
NNOX unit.
TSVT, not a lot of volume on this thing, but look at that gap here that we got going on the daily chart. So keep my eye there. Earnings are behind it, obviously. Same thing, PAGS, a little bit of a gap here on the daily chart, actually. Let's scroll back to see that there. Can't see it well. Microsoft sitting right up there near all-time highs too. Microsoft and Apple to the rescue, huh? BBAI, AI play. I haven't seen much for AI plays the last couple days here. This week to say. What is AI doing actually? Curious. I haven't looked at that in a while. Yeah, nothing. I mean, 450,000 shares traded on the day already, but really not much to comment there. All right, so we see a bit of a theme here on the position lifetime range. We should see XLM pop on here in a second. There we go. Told you. It's like I can predict the future, if only, right? So, I mean, oil's been taken back to the woodshed again recently. I know it's gapping up this morning, but, I shouldn't say gapping up because the futures don't really gap up. But, it jumped a week or so ago up over $80 a barrel again for WTI, back down under 70. And somehow through all of it, Mobil's hanging on there. So we got oil. Oil's up quite a bit today. 270, 272 right now. It's up to around 71.30, give or take a few pennies, fluctuating back and forth on oil. So we'll see. Maybe some energy plays come into the scans here. I do very much feel like the SPY closing over 410 is a win for the quote-unquote bulls today. We're dancing around that level now. There's IBRX. WW. There's BAOS, and that's halted right now. That is not the good halt. That is not the good halt. So it looks like it's halted at 1069. It's stacking. That's moving up actually now. It's stacking at 1030, 1045. We've seen what this thing can do. Let's throw a price alert on here and see what happens. Here's Coca-Cola now moving into the lifetime range scan. The thing that would have held any of these back from getting on the scan earlier is just a volumetric. All these are well within, I won't say well within. Microsoft's not well within 86. You got to make it have an 85 in the position of lifetime here. So, but Coke, Gold, and Apple definitely well within. XOM got a little buffer room here. There's top. It looks to be halted, I guess. So we also seen what this thing can do the other day. Just absolutely wild here. IMGN, this thing just chugging along here. We got the first 15-minute candle close. We'll see what happens as the day unfolds. Folks, just going to throw myself on mute for a moment or two here. Excuse me. Sorry, just saw the opening price thing. I mean, I could see where it was stacking with, the time and sales. It's just halted again at 22.05. It's stacking at 21 now on the halt down. So, you should be able to see that with your broker and time and sales there, Blaine. There's no way to predict the opening price necessarily. You can see where it's stacking, but that doesn't mean it's going to open there. RDFN, what a move here on the open, huh? Big time. So IMGN rejected up around the 14 level for now. It's got a lifetime high of 2025 according to the single stock window. SGMA. So this thing was a runner yesterday. A lot of topping and bottoming shadows on that, though. It's a tough trader. It's the price alert on there, though. Keep an eye. See you guys all over DraftKings. Sizable gap up to say the least. What's it up from the 16% up from the close. Just shy of 8 million shares traded on too. The thing's humming along right now. This NBTX, this thing is all over the place right now. The SPY just kind of flopping around right now. There's a SPY chart real quick. So, nice gap up on the SPY, rejected off 410. Obviously 420 is what it is for a level on the SPY of really big significance. 410 seems to be a magnet for the SPY right now, though. Price just seems to want to hang around that 410 level, passing up and over it, passing back and below it. So for the moment, I'm just going to kind of do what I'm doing, just sitting around watching, waiting here. I've had an okay week, and I don't plan on handing anything back if I can help it, of course. Oh, and Semiconductor. Haven't seen this stock in a minute. I think it's looking pretty healthy, actually. He's looking real healthy. One could even make an argument for a bull flag right here on the daily chart for ON. All right, there we can see that top 10 list a little bit better there now. So VTX with a couple of wins. The thing is all over the place right now. The top with a couple of wins, halted on the way down again, stacking at 1750 right now, 1723, so on and so forth. 10. SGMA, that's looking interesting here. That's looking real interesting. It's got room up here to 5, give or take. All right, so you mentioned MINM. I was curious about that. I didn't see it. Here it is now, though, just popping up on the race. I have another race on another screen that's got a little more real estate than this does here. So So yeah, MINM, 480,000 shares traded on the day. I don't know. I guess I'll set a price alert. Why not? Can't do any harm. And see the EMA trying to cross the VWAP here. A 15-minute chart. What do I think about Coinbase? I don't think about Coinbase ever. I mean, I could throw up a chart of it. Let's see. I mean, not really a lot to say about Coinbase. Long-term, downtrend and running sideways, consolidating. I think, Coinbase will be entirely dependent on news. It's going to be dependent on regulation news and what cryptocurrencies in general do. Obviously, Bitcoin being the biggest of the cryptocurrencies. I was at the CMT symposium last week, and a lot of smart people, trading crypto, but nobody there was really, holy cow, long-term crypto is changing the entire world. Everybody there is all about charts and that kind of stuff like that. So, all kind of shorter term views. Obviously, coin today, you got a gap up in it. It's holding that gap well. It looks like, room to nearly 60 on this daily chart here, 59, 50, 58 and change. So, could it do that? Could. Will it? No idea. But long term, that there's nothing that's going to make coin do anything long term outside of some kind of force acting upon it to change the direction of long term sideways on this. I think you could apply Newton's laws of motion to stocks the same. Body in motion will remain in motion until acted upon by another force. Right now, there's no force to change this currently. There's no way to predict that force. So, we could certainly set up if-then scenarios as far as the chart goes. If we claim over 60, then the next logical level is up around 70, right? But what gets it there? What's the catalyst? No way to predict those things. Sigma going? No, okay. Still hanging around. Hasn't left the train station yet. So I'm going to watch it here bounce around this $4 level. Let's see what happens. One of my great sins in trading is not letting candles close. I am watching 5-minute and 15-minute time frames. But, been yelled at many times. Let the candle close. If you miss it, you miss it. And I'd say 9 out of 10 times they were right. Let the candle close. And much better entries are made when you let candles close. Anywho, I will not be rushing into anything. I missed something today. There's SGMA. It's trying. RDFN, man, this thing chugging along. Wonder if 9's going to block it. I mean, it's a hefty opening there. Those 3 15-minute bars so far. Of course, we've got 7 minutes and change for this 15-minute bar here to close. We could see that. I've looked at this chart in the past a whole bunch. Get rid of all that crap. Yeah. So SGMA getting rejected by the VWAP here so far. SPY's looking healthy right now. This third 15-minute candle that's forming on SPY for those that have their eye on the overall market. Compare count windows, especially for the big caps, really to the buy side right now, although we can see, things have come off of it, but that ratio is pretty high. Small caps, honestly, no different, to be honest, very similar. Those that keep that score at home. Oh, sorry, on the YouTube side, I just saw that. Top looks like yesterday's continuation or reversal. I don't know. It was chopping around for me before. I'm not really watching top, if I'm being honest. I mean, how much more can it reverse, right? Or do you mean a reversal off that sell-off? I mean, it's filled the gap at least. It's not a stock I'm going to pay attention to. It's too high a risk, not enough reward for me. There's too many other good setups out there for me to pay attention to than top. But as it is right now, it looks to be under pressure still, right? As far as I could tell, they're getting rejected right here between the VWAP and an 8 EMA on that 15-minute chart. 15-cent spread, 20-cent spread, 30-cent spreads, thing halting up and down. Just, nope, big time no. Yeah, that's what I would think is, the likely scenario is this ends up where it was. That's the likely scenario. But I won't be betting my money on it, that's for sure, one way or the other. Certainly entertaining to watch. I'll be doing absolutely no trading of that stock. FIGS, I ain't been on this scan all morning long. All right, interesting. Almost a red bar ignore here. Forming in that 15-minute chart. It's coming off of earnings from yesterday. Zoom in a bit here. Got a little bit of a gap to go into in here. Let's throw a price alert on there. Yeah, of course, KR, of course. Just when stocks are like that for me, anyways, too much risk. Way too much risk. So this SGMA fighting at the VWAP again. Just put a simulator position on it, right? Why not, for fun? I do like to play around with their simulator. So MINM hanging around here as well. Would like to see a little more liquidity on it. I mean, obviously volume at relative volume 34 is significant, but only 600,000 shares traded on the day. I'd like to see more liquidity involved in that. It gets through that 345, 350 level, maybe 370s next before taking a shot at 4. Very possible. So here's SGMA again, fighting at that 420 and VWAP level. Oof. There's a flush. Well, MINM, that took off. Look at that. Look at it go now. Woof. What a move. I said if it took out that 345, 350 level, that could be it, right? Nice pop right there from it. Very nice. Well, SGMA, it's fighting here. Got my eye on it close. All right, took a fill at 423 on SGMA, but I'm going to keep a tight stop on that. I'll look to close some on any weakness, upside or downside. If this thing struggles at this level, I'm just going to close it. So I closed out SGMA. Small loss on that. We'll re-enter if it can break 430. We'll think about re-entering breaking 430. Took a 3-cent loss. All right, David. Sorry, just seeing that coming in now as I swap back and forth between the different things that I've got going on here. So, all right, well, hopefully that gets switched around for you again so you can make it back in a little more. That RDFN, man, is that still moving? Whoa, SGMA. Look at that. Give it up now. That is why I did not hesitate to take that small loss. Oof. Yeah, MINM. Lost track of that one. Holy cow, that thing is ripping. Well, 345 was the level. So FIGS couldn't make it through that 8 level. RDFN pop through 9, pop back under. SGMA is halted on the way down. Yeah, halted on the way down. Woof. Woof, 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 woof. Be careful with these 4 million floats and 1 million and 2 million and all that. Ran right up and over 5, right back down. What a move on this one here, huh? What a move. This thing looks like it might halt on the way up here, huh? Nope. Not yet. Looked like it might hit that circuit breaker for a second. And watch the pullback and a halt down, right? No, David, all the orders get sent to the broker. We don't hold any orders on our servers ever. The only order that had been previously held on our servers would have been the profit save and the reduce risk if you were automating Holly, but we're removing automating Holly, so thank God. But every other order, it goes out. That's it. Once you send the order, it's sitting at your broker. They are then responsible for it. What a move here on MINM. RDFN bouncing around here at that 9 level. NBTX fading on the day here. So, big gap up. It's underneath the VWAP, kind of pinched in between these two here. We'll see what happens, right? Top, I haven't heard that in a while. No, look at that. Top is just completely giving it up now. Completely giving it up. LEJU, been on a few races here. This thing's ugly as can be. Obviously, I looked at it sometime in the past. Chinese stock, 1.9 mil net float. So that is one you got to be careful with. So I just got myself on mute for a couple minutes here, guys. Just working on something, and instead of hearing me type away and a possible conversation I got to get involved in, so I'll be on mute. Try to watch that chat. So sorry, folks, on the long kind of radio silence here. I have some different meetings that have been booked for me through the day, and then a lot of support stuff. A lot of people trying to get their questions in before the weekend here. So really not doing anything right now. Got that MIN M chart up there. I don't think I'll be going after it. Man, we'll see. We'll see what happens here in the day. We'll let it unfold slowly. Other than that, nothing else I was really looking at has done anything at this point, to be honest. RDFN, made that move up through 9 and just kind of floating around, maybe starting to curl down a little bit now. Not much else has really done any, ETLX. A little bit of a move on ETLX here by a little bit, actually quite a bit percentage-wise. Holy cow. Didn't realize that until I really looked at the chart and paid attention to where it came from. A lithium company. That's interesting. Over 1 million shares traded and doing 9 and change on that relative volume. So that's an interesting look there, actually. And NBTX, no, still not. Had that it shot up through 5 again there. Kind of floundering around. I mean, ton of volume, ton of liquidity, obviously. So we'll see if anything materializes for that. I'll bring a price alert back down here closer to the VWAP. Yeah, I'd be staying right away from PACW. No, thank you. Man, another look for fun at top. Yeah, this thing is just, I mean, you have to believe that does it on it, but I guess, 2.5 mil in the float. I suppose anything could happen with it. But all indications are that is headed right back to from whence it came. So ATLX winning another race. This thing is looking pretty strong here right now. So huge move up here over the last couple of weeks, month, really. Big time collapse and a bit of a recovery today. So we'll see what happens with that there. Nice short on top there, KR. Very nice. There's RDFN again, trying to push up through here, consolidate, bounced off that 9. I guess that'll be a we shall see with that. We can see on the daily chart there, a lot of resistance at this level up here. But again, a lot of volume, a lot of liquidity, just shy of 5 million shares traded there. SPY here, I mean, holding what it's done so far, gap up and just kind of drifting up, and moving sideways a little bit here last 40 minutes, give or take. But up above that 410 level, up over 411 actually, as a matter of fact. So I don't know. Let's see. Let's see what happens here. Be nice to close the market green today. I completely forgot. I know Barry does kind of a walkthrough of a bunch of stuff at 10:30. I don't remember what his whole rundown is, but short and skinny at the end is, trade idea software here, scanning the market, up and coming, improving charting on the way for everybody here. Our big claim to fame is that live real-time data. We've got stuff on all time frames. So, anybody that's here kind of just kicking the tires, your first time, whether you're on the YouTube side, main room, you feel free to ask questions, do the best I can to keep up and answer those if they start flying in on me here. Some things I think that he goes over. Let me bring over the web page over here real quick, and just in case anybody's here and you're just kind of, like I said, kicking the tires. Got this full user's guide. Please, make sure you're taking advantage of that, especially for the newer users. Getting started series here, super, super important. I know it's very basic, but everybody's got to start with the basics, right? You don't just get in the cockpit of a jet and start flying it, right? YouTube side of things, you find through this join live support, live there all day long. But at noon, Barry, or in this case me, I'll be taking a break, get away from the desk for a moment. Today is Friday, so you have Mr. Andy Lindloff in there today. Again, you're already here, but the full trading room, if you're on the YouTube side of things and you want to come to the full trading room, that's your way in that side of it. Lots of different videos and education that you can go through, back to basic series here, things of that nature. I think that kind of covers what I wanted to there as far as education goes. If you are kicking the tires, you're thinking about signing up, we do have a Cinco de Mayo promo. I'll selflessly drop some links to that in here. It's on the YouTube side, and we'll go into the full room there if anybody is looking to maybe kick the tires, take a shot here at the software itself. As Barry would say, don't go running right in and buy a year subscription. Start with a month, right? See what you think about it. And, if you wanted to get the savings of signing up for the full year before the end of the month ends, give us an email. We'd honor that 25% off the rest of the year, prorated to the month that you had already paid. I don't know. I know it's a very generic, rundown, watered version of what Barry normally does. I'm sure you've all heard enough, so I will leave it there. Back to the charts here. So RDFN, still really looks like it's starting to curl and weaken for the moment anyways, fighting at that $9 level. Maybe it consolidates around this $9 level and takes a push back up again. I suppose only time will tell. MINM, for the moment, party's over. Consolidating though, it doesn't look like it's completely giving it up at this point. Fighting at the VWAP, it's 815 EMA here. Just in case for anybody on the newer side of things, I think obviously the regulars here know there's no magic indicator. I just happen to like the 8 EMA on all intraday time frames. Nothing special about it. Just to have a good rapport with it. I think it is a popular EMA, so maybe that helps. Self-fulfilling prophecy, if you will, for that that mechanism. We've got a good population of stocks within 15% of their lifetime range here, and I mean quite a bit, right around 90 and above. So if anybody's in on Monday to the YouTube side of things, when I was doing the live session there, kind of came back, JC Peretz had me just so bullish after his presentation at the CMT symposium last week. I'm really not a bull or a bear. I just, price action, price action, price action. But, he had some charts and some cases up there, and price don't lie. Price is a fact. And some charts up there that had me feeling mighty bullish. We'll see. We'll see what that translates to. I were to say, if I'm going with my gut, which I would never trade on my gut whatsoever, but just for fun, I think we run sideways for a while still, outside of something, some outside force coming and acting on the market to the upside or downside. But I think we just kind of chop sideways for a while still. I don't know, between 380 and 420 on the SPY. I don't know, between 390 and 415 on the SPY, somewhere in that range, one of those ranges in there. But, worth noting that, quite a few stocks sitting up at those levels. On the this one that I call my evening scan here, this is looking at stocks that are 75% above the low of their 20-day range, and they're 75% above the low of their intraday range too. So again, it's, trying to find some momentum here towards that upside. Some charts obviously look better than others, but the more populated you see these kinds of scans here, the more bullish it leans, the more bullish it looks, right? Shakira does tell it differently, but she could say whatever she wants and most people are going to listen. That's for sure. I don't know, if any of you folks know who Ralph Akaporum is, one of the founders of the CMT Association. And he was telling a story during one of the panels how in 2004, the SEC was coming after the CMT and, chartered market technicians, those that had the credentialing, that they wanted them to get, licensed and, all the different series licenses, 7 and so on and so forth. And, Ralph, had to, get up there with a couple of other folks in front of the SEC and lawyers and all that, and had to really fight for us that they wouldn't do that to us. And someone said to Ralph, what on this chart is fact? Give me a fact for chart. And Ralph said, price, that's a fact. He said, earnings are an estimate, and they can be revised afterwards, and they all kind of step back. And how could you argue with that? Price, price is a fact. Don't go back and revise price. You do go back and revise earnings very often. So anyways, for those that don't know, I am not a fan of the random walk theory. I'm a big fan of technical analysis. Man, Monster, what is it? Software beverage, right? Soft drink, right? Jesus. Look at that daily chart. Holy mackerel. What a move for ATLX. Here's something to share with you folks. Made this the other day. So 30-day new highs versus 30-day new lows for some market breadth here. And we could see a pretty big deal going this way. There's a few volume metrics and market cap metrics in here. So we're not looking at anything that's really that insignificant. But, market's a market. It takes everything to make it up. So pretty bullish leaning here. This has flopped back and forth big time all week long, though. I've seen readings like this, and I've seen the readings flipped even worse with the new lows leading on that. So just something interesting that I did the other day. I see what it leads to over the next couple of weeks and months here. Well, that looks like MINN is going to be a wrap for today. You never know. Market's funny like that. But usually once these smaller ones kind of fall like this, it's, usually they don't come back. But you never know. It's TNYA. See that coming racing across the screen. Whoa, what a move. Wow, what a move on that one. Not a real small float, 40 million in the float, 41 mil nearly. So, I mean, not a large float, but certainly not any of these tiny ones like we've been seeing lately. EVA kind of flying across that screen. So another one, big gap down after their earnings. So big gap down here from the earnings and a bit of a bounce here. 29% on the day. Plenty of volume and liquidity. I have to imagine whatever went wrong for them hasn't changed, but got a bounce nonetheless right now. EVA continues to push on here. TNYA, that big move up over 7. Trying to hold on to that now. Wow, look at PACW. What a bounce. What a bounce. How much of the day will I be discussing plays? It's going to kind of vary. I'm in and out of different meetings and different support chats right now. So, 40% of the day, maybe, given on the mic from 9 to 3:30. I will be out of the room completely from probably 1:30 to 2 for another meeting. And then I'll be out from about 2:40 to 3 o'clock as well. So I'd go with 40%. This 10-day daily breakout SEM here. Change that symbol linking. So big gap up after earnings yesterday in Z Post Market, and kind of just running sideways right now. No, it's not a lifetime high for it. Lifetime high is 43.60, but maybe a bit of a breakout. You can see here I've got a line drawn. I also looked at this in the past. So does it looks like maybe prior support becoming resistance? Could be. So DraftKings made that move up over 25. Come back down a little bit, consolidating, fight around the VWAP. No, I'm also not nearly the active trader that Barry is. That's the FIGS. Kind of almost making a rising wedge here. Excuse me. Ascending triangle, not a rising wedge. Doesn't have to resolve itself, but sure would like to see it resolve itself one way or the other here. Got that price alert set just in case. And so ETLX running a bit sideways here for the moment. We're still watching that. SMMT, wasn't it a high flyer like last year or something, right? Yep. Yeah, so here's SMMT last year. And these wild days back here, a lot of volatility. Haven't seen that in a long time. I mean, 1.2 million shares traded, to relative volume. Big float though, 110 million on the float. Not a huge float, but a good size float, that's for sure. Here's Edit having itself a day here. Earnings this morning. Volume, good liquidity. Big short float, right? It's 44% short the float on that. ABOS, 660,000 shares traded. Not, it's not nothing, but not quite as exciting as I'd like it to be as far as shares go. A little bit of room on the daily chart here. Get up over this level. Get up over this maybe 470. Might take a shot at 5 and then 5 and change. Could happen. 27 million float, nothing crazy. Nothing crazy small. Nothing to comment on that short float there. And look at NBTX just ripping out of nowhere all of a sudden. Well, we said, watch it in this play in here. Really bounced hard. Huge volume coming in right now. I mean, look at that 1 minute volumes. I mean, that's just ridiculous. I don't think the stock ever trades so looking at the daily chart there. What a move. I was ripping across the screen for the last few minutes up on the race there. IBRX also on the move here again. Came back down, tested that 5 level, bounced off of that. On the daily chart here, above this level, a little bit of room to move still. Good volume, good liquidity. Approaching 7 million shares traded on the day here. That's a little better for the single stock window. I can do better for you. I can just share the race if you want there. Give me 1 second. Let me look for a cloud link to that. Make sure I just get the right one that I'm going to send you here. Save you the trouble. Just give me 1 second. Trying to find. I have so many versions of this that I've gone through to give you the most recent one that I've done. All right, here you go. Anybody that wants that. Put that in YouTube as well, just in case. So MINM, is this going to set up and do something similar to what NBTX did? Semi-similar looks. Not exactly the same here. They have similar looks, though. The VWAP above here and getting cradled by that EMA. So MINM trying to make a move again, getting rejected up here off the VWAP. You are very welcome for that scan. Happy to share, happy to share. Perhaps SGMA will. I don't know. I haven't looked at it in a while. I know it fell hard, right? Yeah. I didn't even bother resetting my price alert. I mean, is anything possible? Sure, but look at the volume on this thing. There's no volume. I mean, when you see something like this that makes a big move up on volume and then a big fall on some volume and then the volume's gone, what's going to get people interested in this again? I guess, for funsies, bring in throw a line here for fun. for some reason that people saw this as some kind of level to, in this range where I'm kind of bringing the line up and down. Right in here, if someone saw some reason to be buying in this range, I'm guessing they had news yesterday or something. I don't know. I won't be rushing towards it unless it really does something to make me convinced. On NBTX, yeah, you didn't see the volume. Look at the volume here. The volume here did not dry up like we saw on whatever that was I just said, SGMA, right? Look at the volume difference between the two of those, right? Had it here and then just gone, right? NBTX, right? Kind of held that volume in. You're missing these two bars in here, right? But, it came in. If we look at it on a smaller time frame, we were to put these on smaller time frames, I think you're going to see, a difference here on all this. You could see the volume coming in on here on this 5-minute bar before it made it explode on that next one versus, again, SGMA. There is no web version to it. You have to be on the downloadable app to use the races. I can give you the top list that it came from. That's the best I can do. So look at SGMA, right? No volume. That volume came in, the seller's volume, and bang, gone. Now look, if the volume were to start to come back in and give it some life, I mean, definitely, I'm not going to ignore it. That's for sure. So I can give you the top list that comes from. It's not going to be the same as watching the race, though. But give me a second. I'll give you the underlying top list to it. Make sure I get the right one here. So this is the underlying top list for you there, Sammy. So, I mean, this could it do something? Sure. Could it, for some reason, could it bounce at this level? It could. Here's that gap right there. So there's definitely some kind of price significance to it for whatever reason. Could bounce. So here we are. We're fighting around here still. Let's see if it can't take an assault back on 5 and then and back up that ladder. Yeah, what a move for IBRX. What a fall. So I just had someone, come into our live chat and they were asking why TNY didn't alert on their scan. I hadn't looked at the chart in a while. What a move, right? What a move up, what a move down. Woof. Arrow alert. I'm not sure. It was probably for my price alert. You're talking about Blue Arrow, I think, right? Yeah, that's for my price alert. The only way, I'm not sure if that's in there for on the YouTube side, asking Fernando here. If you right click the price alerts window and go to columns, everything that you can put in there is here. So what were you asking? Distance, percent distance to set price. No, I don't see that in here. Nope. Just dollars distance, dollars from alert. No percent. I don't think, right? Right. Oh yeah, percent from alert. Sorry, right there, percent from alert. So you just gotta show that over. So you highlight it here and send it left to right. Or excuse me, right to left to the selected columns, and it'll be displayed for you. You got it, buddy. I heard the ping.
Hello, Chris.
What's happening, Andy? So let me, I guess I'll mute myself now in the traders room. So,
Okay.
Following Barry's plan here. So those that are in the traders room, if you want to head over to hang with Mr. Andy over on the live stream and YouTube. I'll drop a link over there for you all. I'll put that in the Trade Ideas questions. So there's a link for you in the Trade Ideas questions. You want to hang over with Andy. And put myself on mute in the main room for a while. Try to circle through some different charts while we're on there, and we'll see you in a little bit on the main room. All right.
All right.
I'm muted.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah,
I
you
appreciate
got it,
it.
my friend.
All right, man. Thanks for filling in for Bear today.
Yeah, of course.
And juggling support. I don't know how you do it.
Me neither.
All right, man. Well,
I'll see you in a little bit, Andy. All right. We'll
Take
see
care.
you guys soon. Bye.
Bye-bye. Hi, everybody. How you doing? This is the support webinar, hijacking the live stream for a bit. So if anybody's in here needs any questions answered about the software, any configurations they're trying to work on, or just any help at all, let me know. Hey, KR, how are you? What a crazy market. I'm liking this. I'm in this OCUP. I'm liking the way this thing is really setting up. Unfortunately, it's a Friday afternoon, so I probably won't get a move. But anyway. Yes, doing good. It's summertime's around the corner. We've been pleasantly surprised with a very nice spring here. It hasn't been hot until today, but April was really nice. Let me pull up just in case I have to do any executions over here, which is not unusual. Let me refresh right quick. All right, sorry about that. Making you dizzy with that screen. Can you set an alert for a VWAP crossing? When you say set, you're not talking about price alerts, right? You're talking about is there an alert for a VWAP crossing? I don't. I think there is. Well, the way to find out about it, if you've got something in your head, just drop the keyword in the search window there, and we do have some crossing VWAP alerts. So you can get them crossing VWAP to the upside or crossing VWAP to the downside. So that's what you would do. You just go in here and you'll set this as an alert, and then make sure you give it the old check mark, and then just go in here and put your other parameters that you want to. Price alert. Well, if you do that, it's going to have to be just manually. I mean, you can't do it from your configuration window. So I don't have VWAP, but let's pretend maybe this red line here and this SD was a VWAP. Okay, you're just going to have to eyeball it and do it manually, and just set your price alert in there like that, and just save it. So yeah, there's no automation when it comes to the chart as far as VWAP settings. Yeah. Just like I was just saying, KR, you can do it manually. You just got to have the VWAP up on your 15-minute chart to whatever chart you're using. You got to have the VWAP on there, and just place it manually, just like I did. Just set it in there and find the VWAP and put it in there manually. It's just a right click and set price alert, create price alert. That's all you got to do. All right, SPY looks like it's getting a little bit tired up here. Trying to break down through its moving average, and also it ran right into the smack dab into the 20 period there on the daily. So, man, it's been a tough market. I'm trying not to chase highs in this market. You just be patient. You can always seems like get your price. But what I want to do, because I am long a lot of China stocks and I've been long for a while. There's my Amazon alert I set earlier, but it's breaking down below that. Caught a lot of these stocks from the bottom on these. I don't recommend bottom fishing, but if you got a knack for it, it can be very profitable because you get in at a good price, like this TAL now I've sold probably 80% of my position. Uh, and there's a long way before they're considered a buy, but some of them work, some of them doesn't. Baba's been really stubborn lately, can't get through that fast line there. And you can see my stop in this, and if it doesn't get through today, I'm going to be out of this one because other ones had a pretty good move. I just added to this CD, and I'm probably going to end up cutting it. I thought maybe we'd get there. And of course, KWeb is just the internet stocks. I don't, typically, will go to this kind of trading, but boy, it seems like to me it's been really you can't buy highs. You'll get and with some things you can if it's just going to keep going. Remember, I'm swing trading. I'm not day trading, so I'm not looking to chase a bunch of momentum. But uh, setups, there's just setups have been difficult. Pullbacks. Now, prime example is this EDU. It had strong earnings, big move after earnings, and it pulls back to this 20. And I'm thinking, well, if China starts to turn around, I want to be in this one. And of course, this thing has done nothing. And and you had some nice little pops in Baidu. Baidu's been a nice one, been in that one since 117. Um, and not the kind of trading I prefer, but I've just find it difficult lately to buy pullbacks and definitely buying highs, not a market to buy highs in. And JD, I got to stop in another half of my position there and from 34, 20, 24. There's your chart of not chasing and buying highs. Donkey Kong worked for a little bit, but once again, if I'm swing trading, I do not want to be jumping in these gapping big gappers. Apple's held up pretty well. I missed Onion this morning. Set alert for a pullback in that one. Lee is another one that I'm liking. Just with the highs. It's kind of been a mess, but at least it popped through its moving averages. That's why I'm liking it. If it can kind of get above this level. As far as the China play, there's probably better looking charts out there. Shaq had a couple of impressive days after earnings. Let's see, on the watch list today. Here's a good example. This Nvidia. You buy it through here. You get one good day, and then this is what I'm seeing a lot of, and this is the way the market's going to be. Is kind of when we're stuck in this range. So you got to be careful. Buying these breakouts. If you're day trading, that's one thing. It's buy it, scalp it out by the end of the day. But boy, if you're swing trading, it's really hard to sit through these back and forths we're seeing in the market. My opinion on ATLX. Oh, hard for me to have an opinion on that. Honestly, Peter, I think, yeah, that's too volatile for me. I mean, when you have direction like this, when you have 2 huge days and just a bounce back right now, it's just, this could go up here to the 20 period and turn around and get slammed right back down. What I would like to see is maybe let it consolidate, trying to, work this out and then see where it goes from there. But when you start getting these springboards, these rubber bands being stretched and pulled back down, it can be real difficult for trading. Uh, so probably what I would like to see is that maybe kind of either have an upward trajectory and maybe get it back above 30. Uh, put a price alert in there. It'd probably be going back up through its 10 period moving average if that happened. But right now, yeah, no opinion because it could do anything. I'm not sure what's going on here from this level. I don't know if this was some sort of reverse split or whatever. I'm sure you probably know, Peter, but I'm always skeptical of a stock that, goes from $7 to 40. It makes it tough. It's kind of like the CXIA, it went from 145 to 20. I really, it's just way too hard for me, because what goes in my mind when I see this, what about all these people that were in here down here from 150? What are they thinking? They're thinking, okay, I'm taking profits. I'm taking profits. Any move up, move again, I'm taking profits, and you see that a lot. So I kind of avoid those stocks that have. If it's a day trade, that's one thing. But if I'm looking to swing trade, I try to avoid those stocks that's had 1,000% moves. Man, it just you can really get hurt. BITF. I remember that one. It's a nice looking chart. I'm always skeptical for dollar stocks, but that I can't argue with that. So what I like about this is you got a nice wedge, and it kind of makes your trade easy because what happens is you got a wedge here, and honestly, it needs to get through that. Okay, just a little pop because you can see here you got a perfect wedge, going on here in this beautiful little triangle here. So for me, honestly, it's not out of the wedge yet. I mean, it could stop right here and come right back down. Got some decent volume coming in there, but it really means nothing. So that's what I'd be focused on. Is it going to break up out of this wedge or break down from this wedge? And what you'd like to see is it close out of the wedge, not just a little, wick and come back into it. Uh, Beautiful wedge, but just keep in mind it's a dollar stock, and uh, Bitfarms is like a Canadian bit mining. Yeah, I guess so. And you'd like to see coming out of that wedge, you'd like to see some volume, which you're seeing it right now, a decent 5%, 5-minute volume, but I don't know if it's going to continue. Bitcoin went higher. Where's Barry's little? There it is, because I know Mara and Riot came through here earlier. So yeah, you're getting what you also can do is keep an eye on Bitcoin. You're probably getting a Bitcoin play. A lot of these things, just like blockchain, Mara and Riot, they're going to move with Bitcoin. Yeah, KR. It exactly what it's doing. And if I look at coin, it's probably doing the same thing. Yep. Master. I forgot. I forgot to buy it, and I put a bid in that Riot earlier at 11:17, and I got hit, and I forgot to. Uh, Hold on here. I think I got. And more of a day trade is not something I'm going to hold because I don't like playing stocks where Bitcoin could drop 20% overnight. And so this is definitely a day. I bought it all when Barry's watch list came through. I got the alert and I said, well, I'm not going to chase. I'll put a bid down here. I'm going to actually sell, or at least put a stop on a third of it. Okay. Shop gapped up yesterday. Thought it might reverse, but didn't. You know what? I did too, KR. I'm surprised. I really didn't look that much into the. I know they fired a bunch of people and sold off a portion of their business. So I guess if you do that, you can. I don't know if it's sustainable, but nonetheless, impressive 2 days. Still might. I mean, day's not over. Let me put Right, because I want to sell more if it pulls back here. Let's see, what was the high? Okay, that previous high was 40. I want to know if it doesn't hold that high up. This has earnings on Monday too, so yeah, definitely won't be holding that. Gosh dang it, this makes me mad. I got stopped out. I got stopped out when it went to lows earlier of a good portion of my position. I had too much. This thing is pretty gnarly. But look at Tau, keep going. And Peter, I think you're right. I think Baba's got this. I was reading up on it too. I guess they're going to like spin off some sort of online ADR to trade over here for their online business. So I don't know. I don't know what all they're doing. So I'm not going to mess around if this thing can't move with the bounce we're seeing in China. Baidu had a impressive move. JD's been kind of stubborn too, just not really doing anything. And you need those big boys. You probably need Baba and JD for a nice move in K-Web. How's Mara? Mara have a nice move. Yeah, but Riot seems to be outperforming Mara. And speaking of wedges, one could draw one right here and draw another one right there. And if it gets to that 20 period and the top of that wedge, I may peel off another third. Yeah, I went ahead and sold another third. Yeah, I don't know what I couldn't find that information. I take your word for it, Peter. I know you've been doing your due diligence on it, and yeah, I don't know what that'll mean for the shareholders of Baba. Who knows? I'm just looking for a scalp. And there's that alert and right. Good thing I sold a third up there. You know what? I'm just gonna take my little scalp. I don't like playing these gambling on. I'll put a stop. That's what I'll do. Needs to hold that high, or I'm out. I'll set it at 34. Give it a little wiggle room. This UCAR is my ugly duckling. When a lot of those low floaters were popping, just started buying tiny shares at a time, and I'm like, I'll get ready for the next move. And I really don't want it to break that four, which I'm sure it will. It'll. All right, let's take a look at if China keeps bouncing FXI. A lot of time you can catch some laggers. That's kind of what I did with DADA and CD and Tau, which is working great. Now it is getting up here to some, and I think CD. If this thing has a tendency. I've traded this thing when it does get on a run. It can really go. It may not. If it does it, it may not be till Monday, but beaten up. I know these things are sloppy. You guys are probably looking at me and saying, "Oh my gosh, what is this? BAOS 488K." All right, let me look at some that may not have done anything yet. Huddy was one that got active for a while. Had a big day on this day. Very low float, 4 million, not too bad. But if it gets back above 5, you never know. I don't know why I found this one on my when I did a China thing. It's an American company. I don't know why. Maybe they do a lot of business in China. Yeah, JD. About to get stopped out of half that. All right, EDU. That makes me mad. Well, at least I still have some, but if it gets above this level right here, may have to buy back in some more. Gosh, dang it, that makes me mad. Look at that. So you can see my stop. I hate that. I got bottom whipped. I call it penny whipped. Gosh, I got to see that's just bad trading. There's no way I should be that tight on a swing trade. But what happened is I got too much size, and I knew this thing was wicked. And if I just waited for this level, sometimes I try to anticipate and buy more. I think that was yesterday, and thought for sure it was go in because China stocks had a nice bounce. It's strong stock, but oh well. At least I didn't sell it all. Yeah, Carvana. Fidelity picks going up. I'm not sure. What you mean by that, Peter? Is a Fidelity analyst or something likes Carvana? Is that what you're saying? It's I wouldn't say it's going up. I'd say it gapped up, but it's not going up. Maybe if it gets back above this 10 period here, you may get some more short squeeze on it. There's a huge short interest. I'm banging out some more of that towel right here, just running it right smack into 2 moving averages there. That's a nice percentage move. I don't care if it is only in one day, from 5:30 to, but I'll keep some. I'll keep a little. Actually, decent intraday wedge there in Baba. Zoom out, you could kind of see it. Oh, yeah, nice. Yeah, there it is on the relative strength. I just joined part of Bears and Bulls. How does this argument B and B? I'm not sure what you're asking there. Augment B and B. How does this augment? Can you be a little more specific, Jeff? I don't quite understand. Oh, okay. You're talking about their little portal where they have some scans. Uh, yeah, they're not as sophisticated as ours. As a matter of fact, they wanted our data because nobody has data like we do as far as real time alerts. Now, scanning, they I don't know where they're getting their data from, uh, but I know they'd rather have ours. But uh, uh, y- scanning, I don't is not as difficult as like real time alerts. Nobody does real time alerts like we do, and I know, but I have seen their product, and yeah, for some people, it works fine. Other people want more, real time alerts, to catch that action, to catch the MI. No one can catch MINM like we can. If you have this on a now I have it on a race over here, and I obviously wasn't looking at it, but it was up there just a minute ago, coming through. Now it's pulling back. I think this is set on like a 2-minute time frame, so you got to be kind of watching it all the time. Oh yeah, we have. Let me give you our user guide. Is Now, this is a very sophisticated, very powerful platform, and it takes a little time. But like I tell everybody, if you want to take, if you take serious trading serious, you want the best tools, and you want to take the time to learn the tools. But this is we have everything in our inside of our user guide, and so pick it up, and we'll probably. I think there's a video in there like getting started. Start from scratch and just take you through the whole. They also have, if you want to learn, they have a full table of contents and also a search function if you want to go to like building a layout. Just click on building a layout. It's a very well done user guide, and it comes with videos and like I said, you can just kind of go down the uh, categories here and see what you want to find. You know what? We are having a test drive June 1st, Tony. June 1st. Well, let me look at the calendar here because I don't know if it's exactly the 1st. So it looks like June's going to start around the 1st. So it'll probably be June 5th. Uh, we're going to have a test drive starting then. And it's not etched in stone because we're working on a few other uh, changes to make the platform. We got some new stuff coming out, and we really want to get it in for this test drive because it's going to be way cool. Uh, but as of right now, it's set for June 5th. If it may get pushed back a week, I don't know. But you can check it out for you just pay for the data fees. You pay like I forgot like $11 or $12 for the data during that time, and you get to use it for 2 weeks. Yeah, yeah. After the end of the test drive, we always have a big discounted sale. So we let you use everything. We use premium too. You get to use the whole 9 yards, uh, and then at the end we'll have a big discount. It's usually 25% off. So uh, and the sweet thing is you can try it out for a month. Let's say because we have monthly contracts. So let's say you try it for 2 weeks, and then you say, well, shoot, I kind of like this. I want to try it out for one more month. You can get 25% off for that month. And then if you decide to upgrade to annual after that 30 days, you could we'll honor the 25% discount on the annual pricing. Well, this O cup O cup is trending up, but thought we may see a little more action. Maybe if it clears this level right here, we will. But I guess it's Friday, but it is creeping higher. Yes, yes, Peter. That's you know what? Let me tell you something about selling too early. Well, see what yeah, I look at some of these trades and the amount that I had, back when they took off, like this towel, at of course now I'm glad I sold a bit up there at those moving averages. And gosh, I'm thinking, why don't I just hold this thing, the a full amount, because what will possibly happen is 3 or 4 days from now, I'll look up and it's at $7, and I'll start kicking myself. It's like, oh man, I had such a big chunk of it down there. Why didn't I? Here's the problem with that. It's easy in hindsight to look to see when a stock, has moved higher. Okay. The key thing is holding on to a little bit. Okay. Like you see all of my positions here, most of these I've held for like 3 days. Even though I may have sold 70, 80%, I hold on to a little bit because what that will do is keep you in the game. It'll not only that, it'll train you to 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 start holding more. You're seeing how that last little chunk you held on to continued to work for you, over the span of, I don't know if you're talking about day trading or swing trading, but the same principles apply. Uh, but it'll help you by holding a little will help you in the future to hold more and more. So maybe you start out with just holding 10% of your original position. Let's say you're day trading and you're day trading 500 shares. try just holding 50 shares. Just hold 50 shares and put a stop when it breaks down, uh, and just let it ride. Don't look at it. And when I was day trading, I wouldn't even show my blotter. I wouldn't show how much I'm up because I didn't want how much I was making to affect my trading. And uh, it helps. It really does. If you don't look at how much you're up and just look at charts and the technical aspects of the charts, you'll find yourself trading a lot better because it's so uh, you're so inclined to hit that button when you look down and you say, "Oh gosh, I'm up $300 in this trade. I gotta take it," and you just take it. For even though the chart is still intact, the momentum is still there. Uh, so it will, it'll help you uh, learn to hold more. Oh, you're welcome, Tony. But it's funny, Michael Noss said the other day in our little Slack traders thread, because I was complaining about that, a trade I had, and I'm like, ah man, I sold it too early, even though I made, really good amount of money on it. It was a good trade, but I could have made a lot more. And Michael says, you know what's funny? All the good traders I know all complain about doing that. And there's a lot of truth to that because what that means is you're getting in the stock on a good entry. And the best part, the most difficult to learn, and probably the most important part of the trade is the entry, is to learn, when to get in a trade. Because if you have good entries, then all you're looking at is just risk management. Okay, good entries are going to uh, uh, you're going to find yourself with good entries. Even though you get out early, it's a good trade because your entry was so good, and that's so important. It's like this, this Baba. I've probably added to this thing. I probably added, even though it hasn't gone anywhere. You can see how sloppy it's been the last couple of days. My average entry price is 82.50. Now I've been adding chunks at a time. I think I made one, two, three, four, five, six different trade, 6 different trades, just kind of adding to it. But I'm buying on pullbacks. I'm buying on pullbacks, pulling on pullbacks. Now, if it does break out above this uh, 10 period moving average, then I can add my last little chunk and have a decent chunk in this thing with a very good entry price. For a lot of people, they would wait. And now this is more of, I'm not saying what I'm doing is correct because I'm anticipating. Okay. I see China stocks bouncing. Baba's been lagging a little bit. I see, Baidu's had a nice percentage move, so I'm kind of anticipating on this one. And my stop, you can see my stops right there. This is not going to be a big loser if it doesn't work. And so now I know I have a good entry, and now I can even add my last little chunk if it does break out above today's high, or at least gets above this 10 period moving average, which is at 83.43. So today's high was 83.23. So I probably have to let it run a little bit before I add my last chunk. But anyway, don't kick yourself if you're getting out too early and you're making a profit. Okay, just try to learn to hold on to a little bit, even if it's, like I said, 10% of your trade, and then next thing you know, you're hanging on to 25% of your trade. And then what that allows you to do, it's like this towel. Right now, I only have 5% of this trade left. Okay, so now what I can do, if it because really this this is still in an ugly downtrend. So what I can do, if it breaks above these moving averages, then I can start maybe adding back into it. See, I have no problem doing that. I don't have any problem if I'm banging out nice profits, that if it does get above a critical level, I'll start adding back in, even though I'm adding higher than where I sold my last chunks. It's okay. because I know I got a very good trade. And yeah, I do that all the time. Now, I'm not always bottom fishing. I know what you guys should think, because you look at some of these charts, and I would never teach somebody to do do what I'm doing right now. It's just that in this current environment, there's very few setups that I have found that's working very well. So this is just something that I'm kind of resorting to, because if you can't hit a bottom of a sector of stock or whatever it is, you can do very well on it. Okay, need to have a serious talk with myself. Okay, that was a famous comment. What chart should I look at for downtrend, day or 15-minute? I always encourage looking at the well, honestly both. Like this towel, it's in a downtrend on the daily, but it's in a very nice uptrend on the intraday. Hitting its 10 period moving average, looks like it may want to maybe go higher. Uh, Ugly downtrend on the daily. And like I said, I really don't encourage uh, trading, but I've been trading China for a long time, China stocks for a long time, and I kind of got a feel. I got a pretty good feel for them, and I know that you can get these incredible, moves if you catch it, catch some of these things right. And other stocks are, kind of holding up a little bit. You got our markets are holding up a little bit. I know China's dangerous because of, you can get some gaps in them, and you know I don't I don't go in real big and heavy when I'm doing these types of trades, because I can always add to my position, and that's what I've done with a lot of them. But well, you take a look. Let's just pull up and I'll share this if anybody wants it. But you'll have to use global market watcher. All right. So let's take a look around and look at these stocks that are all up, position in your range. Okay. Look at Japan breaking out, trying to break out to an all-time high. Look at Italy. Look at Germany. Mexico. Look at Mexico. I mean, who would have thunk? Look at that. It's crazy. Outperforming our stocks. You got to go down here to spies. Where are the spies? See, they're still 25% off their yearly high. So there are some economies that are holding up very, very well. Okay, so when I see that, maybe I want to take a shot, at China getting a bounce. Maybe they won't go to war with Taiwan. Maybe they won't have another uh, pandemic. So always good idea to kind of keep an idea, on what the other markets are doing. Spies now getting a little bit bleedy here. And what I noticed, another thing that kind of, let's see, let's take a look at the spies first. Okay, so I noticed even though the spies went down, look at these last two moves in the spies. Now I'm going to pull up FXI. So what I noticed on those last moves down, okay, China wasn't going down anymore. Okay, that was another key to me to, and you may be picking a bottom here. Okay, relative strength, even though the chart looks horrible. Look at FXI back above all its moving average now. K Web's a little bit more underwater, It is above its 10 period now, but it gives me a little more faith that when I see that, even though I can, I will share that to you for you. Let's see. But you guys see what I'm talking about? Even though China has been ugly, it did not go down in those last couple of days that our markets had a pretty good, pull drag down. So that's comforting to me. All right, global watcher. Now you're going to have a uh, symbol list with this, and I'm going to drop them in there. Now, all these, no, they're not all 3 digits. Let me put this in there. I can't remember where I found this. Okay, there's the top list, and I'll drop them in there, and maybe I can figure out how to. Now you're going to have to be sure to pay to the company. Well, it's already in there. You'll see it. All right, let's copy, and let's see if I can get these things to paste. Gosh, I wish it'd keep that gap like that when I drop it in there. Let me see if I do a little spacing, if that helps. Nah, it's not letting me do it. Yeah. Oh, it did. Let me try that again. It did. Let me see if I can do that again. See if I can space it. For some reason, it stopped letting me space. Huh. Lets me space about one, and I can't space anymore. Huh. It's weird. Let me try doing this. Nah. Try Googling global, maybe global ETFs. Let's see here. Let's see, where's Market Watchers usually has a pretty good database. God, these have tons of them. Yeah, I just want global. Well, Iris, if you can't find it, if you can't figure out how to space those, it's gonna, yeah, it could be tough for you there. Just send me an email and I'll drop them in there to you. Well, first of all, Carl, I'm a swing trader. Okay, now I will have different styles. I don't like to chase. I'm not one who chases stocks. I like to look for setups. Great example is this OCUP this morning, and I do a swing trader watch list. Every day, if you want to see it, we go to a doc channel bar and go to swing trader's eye. Okay, and it'll have my list in there. Now it doesn't has a race in there too, but you can see all my picks. I used to place the ideas in real time, but that it really got difficult because currently, I mean, I may put it in there and uh, it would be if you had this window open in real time, you would see it in real time. But if you came in later, it would look like I was making the call at whatever the next alert would be. So you'd have to have it up at all times. Anyway, it got a little messy and people didn't really understand. So I just put the list in here so you can go to the trader's eye and find the list. So a good example, this OCUP, when I am looking for like bullish strategies, I like to look for consolidation and maybe a break. I don't like to chase things. Uh, let's see another one. This OCUL I think is setting up nicely. At some point, it's going to go. It's just now it does have earnings on, but you can see what I'm kind of looking at this setup. That if it does break, it's going to possibly go test this high over here and could go through. But earnings on a pharmaceutical stock, I don't know. And it all depends on the market. It's like I was saying earlier. It's mostly it's discretionary. It's discretionary. I've always been a discretionary. Oh, cool. Until why won't you buy? Well, because they have earnings. So I probably if I buy that, they have earnings. Let's see on Monday post market. So yeah, I try not to hold too many things. I got to be real confident in something if I hold it into earnings. But I'm like I said, right now I'm not. If I have a reason for bottom fishing, like I just explained in the China stocks, how they were holding up, even though the market sold off the SPYs and Qs the last 2 days. I noticed that China was holding up, and that's why I started dabbling in there. Plus, I like trading China stocks.
Plus, yes, I was just going to say Andy loves his China stocks.
He does. Andy loves his China. Well, I've been trading them for 25 years. It's like I got a good feel for them, but
I suspect you're all talked out now, my friend.
Man, it's okay. It's been a good session. Just
excellent. All right, I was listening in on some of it, and then I had to just walk outside to see some sun because we haven't had sun here in 2 weeks.
Oh man, yeah, we got a nice sunny day here, but it's finally starting to warm up. We've had a very very nice spring, but boy, it'll start creeping higher, and then June hits, and it'll be miserable for 3 or 4 months.
Air conditioner to air conditioner.
Well, that's right, man.
I'll steal back the screen.
Okay.
And you are off and running, my friend, and I'll talk to you just shortly here.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, thanks, Andy.
Yes, Carl.
Oh, sorry. If you want to answer, Carl.
No, yeah, I'll just answer that. Well, I can just tell you about OCUP because I'm in OCUP. Yeah, this one. Well, I felt like it was half size, but it may be more than that. But yeah, I would not want it to, break below these moving averages right here. So I give it a little bit of wiggle room. Okay, so that would be just 50 cents. So I would not want it to close below these 2 moving averages. So that would be my stop. So it kind of gives you an idea, kind of how I look at things. All right, Chris, have a good one, buddy.
All right,
take care.
Talk to you later. Yep, bye-bye. So, all right. folks. Thank you very kindly to Andy. Just get myself resituated here. All right, everybody coming back here. Should have eyes and ears, both YouTube and the other side here. Again, thanks to Andy for taking over on the YouTube side for me here. A lot of support questions are coming in for me. So short break for me. Ran outside real quick, saw some sun. What a move, RDFN, right? If the chart ever wanted to load. There we go. Nice move in RDFN. You know, we talked about before, it kind of had that look like it might be curling a little bit here, but it held that 9 and just grinding higher. Beautiful, beautiful move here, RDFN. Grinding all day long. And then I saw MINM did it again. I mean, caught this moving average and just exploded off it again, an explosion of volume. So a heck of a day here, heck of a day to say the least. I see BAK now. That's, I'm guessing, has made a really sizable move. Yep. Really big move there. Let's see, that's 3 races. So it's been on here a little more than just 3 races though. So I just caught this, you know, earlier in the move. It didn't catch the exact second the move was happening, but I think it caught it somewhere in this area down here. And a huge explosion on that too. So maybe they had news or something, plastic materials and resin manufacturing. Brazil stock, 100 million in the float, not a small float. And excuse me, we can see this list has continued to grow here for stocks up above 85% of their lifetime range. This here, I haven't reset it on the day. It's continued to grow more bullish on this ratio for 30 days highs versus 30-day lows. SPY hasn't really gone anywhere though, right? Not since we last discussed it, probably somewhere back in here. I don't know, 11:15, 11:30. I'm not sure what time the last time we discussed that was. But SPY just kind of running sideways at the moment. We'll see what happens with that. How does it look? I mean, the dividend is irrelevant. The dividend has nothing to do with technical analysis. A dividend isn't getting people into a stock that's going to move it like that. I mean, it looks like a terrible chart. Sorry, I have it on a different screen there. I mean, you know, I don't know what you want me to say about that chart. It's been in a downtrend for a year and a half or so, year and a third, you know, and it just got wrecked after earnings, absolutely wrecked after earnings. So body in motion remains in motion unless acted upon by another force, you know. You're, you know, buying it for a dividend, so be it. You know, just be wary of those dividends with real high paying yields. They like to just disappear all of a sudden, and then you're left holding a bag with the stock that's about to completely collapse. So, you know, there's nothing here that the chart looks terrible, you know, for a long play. That's all I could say, I guess. And, you know, if the dividend play works, the dividend play works. That's all I could say on HMST. You know, I have a collection of dividend stocks that, you know, I'm in for reinvesting the dividend and long term and whatnot. But you know, not trading them really based on a chart necessarily. You know, I just make sure that's not some stock that's going to evaporate and dividend stays, you know, consistent. And that's that. But, you know, that's investing, not trading. So something completely different. There was something else that had jumped out at me, and I was watching for a minute there. Maybe was it ABOS? Was that the one that it was? No. Oh, ABOS grinding along today. 800,000 shares traded on it. I think we actually talked about this before. I was looking at this as an area of interest in here. Zoom in a little better. It broke above that. I think we said it could take a shot at 5 and then 5 and change, if I recall correctly. I don't suggest anything, Michael Anthony. I think we've been through this 1,001 times, between you and me over the however long I've been doing support sessions, and same with Barry. I don't suggest anything. I suggest having a risk plan in place and following it. That's what I suggest. What suggestion could I make on a chart like that? Don't let it go to zero. I really, there's nothing for me to comment on it. I wouldn't dare put my money into it. There'd be nothing on this planet outside of someone threatening my life that would make me put my money into HMST. So. Yeah, some big moves in that stock there today. MINM, really big moves. I mean, I don't know what you can even say about it. And when you saw this big topping shadow here, you thought maybe that might be it. It came down here, got cradled, and just exploded right through again. Exploded through $6. I mean, absolutely exploded through $6. So I wouldn't count it out, that's for sure. Yeah, it came down and got cradled right in this area here and just wound right back up again. NBTX, I haven't looked at in a minute. So, all right, NTBX had that real major pop. Ran a bit sideways and it's coming back down to earth now. Looks like it bounced at 6. Kind of fighting around this area here. Let's see. Let's reset some. I haven't reset my price alerts in a while. I got so bogged down with support questions. I kind of lost track of what I was doing here. Redo some price alerts here. Start deleting some that don't make any sense anymore. And some leftover price alerts from yesterday. Yeah, don't think unit. I'm all set there. Let's get rid of unit. Delete. Pacific Bio is one that I've traded in and out of so much over the last year or so. Interesting look on this chart here. You get on this daily chart, you get these 2 days with these topping shadows, and then today you have a bottoming shadow like that. The buyers will step back in. It's hard to say here. It was Wednesday with the Fed and all their jargon. This gets up over this level. It's a pretty significant level right here we could see for it if it could ever get out of this. Kind of a trend up from off this bottom here from last summer. Excuse me. It gets up over above this level, maybe takes out that 1370 range, give or take. Might see some movement here in Pacific Bio. All right, sorry, I was going through these price alerts here. Just resetting some that I got on another screen. IBRX, what has happened here? So again, pretty nice move, and this is a much nicer move off this move up, slight pullback, and a nice move out of that range that I had created here. Rejected off a 6, getting cradled by the VWAP and this moving average now. It might be interesting here. Might be setting up for another run. I'll keep my eye on it. If I was a betting man, I suspect this 560 level will be tough to get through. But keep my eye on it nonetheless. QTRX, had a price alert for that. That made a nice move through here. So I got that big gap there on QTRX on the daily chart here. A really sizable gap. No volume at all on this thing though. So I don't think I'll be messing around with that on a Friday afternoon. Volume, relative volume 1.8, but the liquidity, the shares trade is only 238,000. So it's really nothing. Anyways, a gap there, that's for sure. Lemonade, I had this from the other day. Had a price alert set, watching it. I really amounted to anything here today. I mean, I had a gap up and just kind of floating around that range for the day here. A lot of resistance back here on the daily chart. I think that's a wrap for me looking at that. Let's get rid of that price alert. MRSN. Run itself right into resistance here. Got earnings coming up on Tuesday, right? Tuesday's the 9th? Yeah, Tuesday's the 9th. So, yeah, I'm going to get rid of the price alert for now. There's really slim chance I'd be interested in it for today. Let's see if it pops back up on any scanners between now and Tuesday. Some PAGS, Brazilian stock here, computer programming. Again, I feel like if it really could take out this level, a little bit of volume, maybe a little run up and to fill this gap to 12, perhaps. Plenty of liquidity, plenty of volume, 2.6 million shares traded on it, almost a 2 relative volume. And I'm actually going to like that one, but I'm going to get rid of the price alert for now. Clean up my price alerts. ALLO, what do you look like here? Yeah, same thing. Earnings are behind it, but yeah, I think that'll do it for the price alert. This is TWKS. Well, I've got the door open, so it's a screen door here. Let in some air. Well, hopefully not too many sounds come in. Got a big siren behind me. Give me a second. I suspect I live in a much more closer to urban area than Barry does for noise. TWKS ThoughtWorks Holdings. I mean, it's a terrible daily chart, obviously, but it's got earnings coming up on the 9th as well. It got up above this level. I could see a little room, but I don't think so. 300,000 shares, 384,000 shares on the day today. So had a lot of volume the other day. That's kind of dried up. I think that'll be a wrap for that here. BAOS. This looks like it's still kicking around a little bit. It's still kicking around a little bit here. Certainly well off the highs of the day here. Fighting with the VWAP. VWAP's at big float on this. I'm sorry, not big float. Jeez, I thought it was an M for a second. Don't mind me. That's what happens when we wake up 5 o'clock in the morning. A minuscule float. I mean, not even 500K in the float we're reporting. So this thing is wildly small. I'm just going to leave the price alert for fun, but I don't think there'll be any interest in here on Friday. And OX kind of hanging out. Not doing a whole lot. Apparently, yes, I was muted. Sorry. Thanks. I had the sirens, I guess, and then I thought I hit unmute, and apparently I didn't. So, whoops, sorry. All that market talk for nothing. DRD, what are you? I've seen you on the races for a little bit now here. Gold and silver, that's what I thought it was. I thought it was gold. I didn't realize gold and silver. What a base. What? Look at this. That's a terrible drawing. Good God, that was bad. I'm really breaking out here. Symbols list for Andy's global list. Shoot an email into info@. I've got a list too as well I could send you. You know what I could actually do technically? I could probably just build a list and I kind of, let's see. I don't think I'd have any issues with this. Give me a second here. Anybody that does want a global list, when I say global, I mean, like global ETFs. I'll build it and put it so you all can get access to it, as a matter of fact. Give me 2 seconds here. All right, so anybody that wants, let me do this. Give me 1 second, sorry. So anybody wants to track global ETFs, for whatever reason, you may want to do that. I'm going to share a scan in 2 seconds. Right, so if anybody wants that in the main room, it's gone into the Trade Ideas questions. On the YouTube side, it's going in now. All right, so this is one that I can share. Yeah, no, the list didn't show above there, Patrick. So, all right, so I've created this here. So tracking, global tracker, and look, it's on if you go to configure, you go to symbols lists, you see global ETFs, and I've added that as a symbols list into Trade Ideas itself here. So there's like 41 symbols on there. If you have other ones you want to add to it, you can create your own personal list and add to it. But tracking global ETFs here, and it's got some position and ranges that I've set up here. So have at it, folks. A lot of green on that heat map, basically. A lot of green there. Oh, thanks for sharing that link over in the main room. Shared a link here. For the same thing. Sorry, I have a support chat that's coming. It's got me a little distracted here. Some fun questions. Aqua here. This thing gapped up a while ago here at the beginning of the year. really held that gap. It came down, tested it here, and been very strong since. It's a strong looking chart here at the lifetime high for AQUA. That is a really strong looking chart right there, like that. Really strong looking chart. You got Monster, Pepsi, it's Univar, Chemical Wholesale Merchants, Mondelez. What else? I'm surprised GIS isn't on here. Why is that not on here? Just missing it. The volume requirements on this. 1 million shares traded. Relative volume. That's why below the relative volume number there. So I knew GIS was up there in position lifetime range. A lot of beverage and snack stocks. Is that Match? MTCH? Is that Match Group? Interesting short opportunity. Yeah, let's look back. Yeah, the way back, is this like a lifetime low for it? It's just a weekly chart. No, but you got to go back to 2018 or so. You see it at these levels again. So yeah, it's an interesting look there. I guess online dating is out now again. I have so much construction going on around me right now, Real. It's awful. Sometimes I just have to have all the windows and doors closed because they're jackhammering away and trucks in and out. I won't lie, it's nice enough that I wish I was outside doing some kind of construction or something right now. My brain's gone numb looking at the screens today. Well, the nice part though is there's a lot of birds out there singing to me. So. Anyways, we're looking at some charts. Let's look at some more charts here. Got nothing else to do, right? NKO. They make those little toys, right? Like dolls and stuff. A nice day from it here today. 21%, 21.75%. Posted earnings on, it was yesterday afternoon. Look at that. I've had this line drawn for God knows how long. And bumping its head up into that line. I don't delete lines very well, do I? Never got over that 1250 level. Nice gap there if I could ever get up that way again. MRVI, says Denver Tom. MRVI. Wow, beautiful move right here. Look at that. So earnings on deck for Monday's post market. Used car prices fall for first time in 2023. Interesting. Oh, MRVI. It's even on my my evening scan right here. What do you know? Ain't that something? AXL. What is that? It sounds familiar. At a very significant price level here, lower end of this all. So yeah, they had earnings this morning. Not a lot of volume, not a lot of liquidity for having earnings this morning. 885,000 shares on the day, 2.25 on the relative volume. Still not anything major to write home to mom about. And RDFN, thing just keeps chugging away here. That was the one I should have taken. I swear these feds, they don't know how to just let the market do its thing. Yeah, I'd agree, Denver. I've been some good, strong earnings overall this earnings season, I think. I mean, I know the focus goes out, to the big, the big 20 or 30 stocks that, anybody talks about in general, some of those bigger corporations. But I don't know, earnings seasons hasn't, the huge earning recession people were calling for. I mean, we haven't had blockbusters all over the place, but I don't know. The market seems to have hung in there. SPY's trying to get 412 right now. Wow, security lady. Thank you. That's very nice to hear. I'm glad that could happen. Oh no, I agree, Tom. First off, we should know, not going too far down this rabbit hole. We should have never been printing money like we were. I get it, global pandemic, and we shut everything down. You couldn't just let people starve. They needed money, blah 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 blah. But this stuff started long before the pandemic ever happened. They never raised rates properly, and so on and so forth. I mean, everybody's going to have their taken view on it, and I think everybody has some valid points, and then just like myself, I have probably some points that people are going to look at and say you're out of your mind, Chris, and probably I am. But in the end, sometimes I just wish the Fed would go back to what they used to do and just really not talk almost at all. Raise your rates and just say, I'm not an elected official. I don't have to explain anything to anybody, and let it be. And two jobs I would never wish on anybody. Any position in politics, period, and the Fed. I mean, no matter what you do in that position, everybody's going to hate you, basically. So, yep, exactly. So, but it's like, do you need to put out a comment every single day? Like, is that necessary? I think anybody that understands any basic economics more or less has a grasp on what had happened, what is happening, and what the implications could be. So, anyways, all the good stuff. I mean, the one thing for I think a lot of us here, in these rooms is we don't have a lot of people in our personal lives we can talk to this stuff about. I mean, maybe, obviously some of you probably do, but for me, for example, nobody in my personal life trades or understands anything about finance. Not that I really do, but I like to pretend anyways. So my conversations on it are limited. IBRX just don't want to stop. I mean, obviously, I don't say well off the highs, but off the highs. But still trying to hold on to this level. Came down, didn't quite touch 5. Got that rounded base coming on here. Got a little move up in volume here on that 15-minute chart. We could see, been ticking down, volume, little tick up. I got 10 minutes on this volume candle to close, so we'll see what happens there. But anyways, still there. Goose, Canadian Goose. It's a not so great looking daily chart, but on earnings for a couple of weeks still. But here it is today. Relative volume 1.5, 300, 700, almost 800,000 shares traded. Grinding along for a 5% gain right now from the prior day's close. Certainly not that interested in it. Not interested at all, I should really say. Now, we talked about PAGS, and here it is. A little bit of a move here now later in the day. Come up, broke over that the earlier high of the day. Interesting. Again, daily chart really isn't a lot to comment on. Ran sideways mostly for this, several months here, and then collapsed, running sideways again here. So it doesn't mean it can't do the same thing again. But anyways, maybe up over this level. Like I said earlier today, a little bit of a gap there up to 12. It's not a small float either. 200 million in that float. EWZ is Brazil, right? Yeah, EWZ. So let's see, Brazil itself looks kind of decent today, up 4%. Brazilian ETF. A daily look, still in a very long-term downtrend here. Going back to this time last year. It's actually interesting because this time last year I had just come back from the DC symposium for the CMT. And talk with several Brazilian traders, a decent CMT presence down in Brazil, and Brazil was hot at that time coming into there, and then started to come back down the other side of that mountain and never really had that bounce, but never really lived up to what people thought Brazil might do. So on the daily chart, still under pressure, but who knows? Maybe their tourism business will pick up and drag Brazil back up again. Anyways, 4% today on the day, and oops. Thanks Microsoft for putting up a bunch of news I don't give a crap about. STNE, 3.8 million shares traded on the day today here. Actually, I think I tweeted out this chart the other day, joking around saying, stocks can't go sideways forever, and STNE hold my chart. In fact, I'm 100% sure I tweeted that out the other day. This thing started to, trying to get off the floor here, down around $8 a couple of months ago. Even a month ago, really. I don't know. Maybe it won't do anything. It's been up at this level several times over the last year plus and hasn't done anything. Computer design services. You got to wonder about some of these stocks like this and AI and all that, and who ends up being the real deal for these kinds of things. Anytime I see custom computer design, programming, all that, I figure any of it could end up in the AI basket at some point. Anyways, STNE, 3.8 million shares traded today. Can't ignore something like that. Breaking out over 20 days, up near the high of the day today. RCM. RCM, quite a bounce there since the end of the year here, the end of the year in 2022. Got earnings behind it from yesterday's pre-market. Filling this gap here. So it's filled that gap. Well, it looks like it's filled the gap. Yeah. Speaking of fill the gap, if I can make a plug, I have nothing to do with this, really, other than just to support the association. But anybody's into, looking for a good financial podcast, technical analysis, just a lot of great trader talk. There is a podcast by the CMT called Fill the Gap. David Lundgarden runs it with Tyler Wood. I think David does like most of the interviewing on it, and Tyler's a lot of the background on it. But anyways, great podcast, really great podcast, for anybody that's looking for some more, technical analysis talk in their life. Out on a run, a walk. I don't know if it'd be great running. I don't know. Maybe you're a nut job like me and really love charts that much. Nikola may break above $1. When is that thing getting delisted? My God. Sorry, perfect sir. I wasn't paying attention over here before. My apologies. Trains. You're short gold. I don't know about that one, man. I mean, you're short it from yesterday. Good for you. That gold chart, though, man. Oh, we break above these highs in gold. You know, we really get that out. Gold could really roll. I mean, we're talking about coming out of a decade-long base with gold. You know, like anything else, just don't marry it. Make some money and walk away. What did you say? You're long the SPY? I'm going to argue with long the SPY right now. I mean, I know it's kind of flopping right here, but I don't know. Do we sell off into the close later? Maybe. I don't know. Wouldn't be surprised if we just kind of close right around here. Wish we had log charts. Looking at this trend line on the SPY, you know, do we have this? I actually drew this the other day. Was I in a live stream when I did this, or was I talking to myself? Probably talking to myself. I do that a lot. You know, extending these trend lines out, you know, we've continued to hold a break of the downward trend line on the SPY, and we've got this upward sloping trend line. So, you know, we kind of made a symmetrical triangle in here, right? We've got this fulcrum point right there, kind of cradling the price action. So again, I'll be surprised at nothing that happens, but you know, circling back what JC was saying at the symposium, he's like, everybody banking crisis. He's like, it's $1 billion bank. Like, nobody cares about $1 billion bank. Apple is worth $2 trillion. People care about Apple. Microsoft's worth $2 trillion. People care about $2 trillion companies. Nobody cares about $1 billion bank. You know, he made the point that, you know, you could take a dozen of these small banks, crush them out, get rid of them, get rid of all of crypto, and that's nothing to the market cap of, you know, the global equities market. So he's not saying that, you know, people shouldn't be concerned and, you know, careful money deposit, you know, things like that. But his point was that if you think that that's what's bringing down the market, you know, he ain't so confident about that. I like JC. I don't always agree with everything he says, but I like that very much. It got me walking real bullish. You know, the other thing that I look at in this daily chart on the SPY right here, you know, got this. You got the low in October, right? And you got this pullback low. This one's slightly higher. This one's slightly higher. You know, if we don't pull back deeper here, you know, we're starting to really make some higher lows here. What we are not doing, though, is making higher highs. We are not making higher highs. So that's the concerning part where we've really painted ourselves into this, you know, rising triangle here. We'll see. We'll see what happens. What do I think of MP? I think it hasn't shown on any scan that interests me, so we can start there. We go back to its, you know, again, look up a falling knife, and MP looks like a falling knife to me. It doesn't look like earnings are really a positive catalyst at this point, as it's giving up everything that it just got in earnings. So, you know, the bottom fishing. Scale out to a weekly chart. I mean, I haven't seen these levels since the end of 2020. Probably not great for it. A monthly chart. Yeah, so what do I think about it? I don't think about MP. There's nothing there for me. Here's the other thing. All right, so it's metal ore and mining, other metal ore mining. So what does it even mine? Rare earth mining process, Western New Hampshire, blah, 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 blah. So, I mean, look at GDX, right? And look at MP. I mean, why would you buy a weak miner when you could buy a strong miner, right? It was a GFI, right? I'd rather own that than MP. That's energy. What's something? There's a miner with a K that I can't think of right now. That'll come to me. Which filters would you pick for something that gapped up big within the last 2 or 3 days and then extended higher beyond that gap? That's tough because we don't have really 2 and 3 day filters. So, you're looking at position 5 day range essentially. I don't know, perfect circle. The 2 to 3 day thing is the tough part right there. I think you're really stuck with, let's pull up a configure here. You're really kind of stuck with position in 5 days. You're really kind of stuck with position 5 days. There's nothing going to be shorter term than that. Obviously other than this. And then if we looked at change, you got change, 120 minutes. After that, you start coming to change 5 days again. It's like you could use the position in 5 day range, right? And then look also for change from previous day as well. Maybe use that in some kind of combination there. Those are the things I kind of point you towards. That would be my best suggestion. Yeah, there really isn't anything. Yeah, get tripped up on that. No, yeah, you're not alone getting tripped up on that. We just don't have it as a data point for 2 and 3 days, unfortunately. NERV. Will this stock just never die? So, I mean, we had all this stuff go on last fall. Some great moves in here. I was on the right and wrong side of it. But, good trader, good trading stock. And here we are again. I mean, this thing's, it's making some bold price moves. And there's not a lot of liquidity there at the moment yet. But, don't kid yourself. We've seen what it can do. This big gap. It's in this gap right now, too. Up above that recent high. I mean, I know the 1 minute volume number's big. The relative volume number's pretty good. 5 minute volume number's pretty big here. You can see this volume bar here, but keep in mind as compared to what it's done recently, 460,000 shares on the day. So that's not to say it won't run. I mean, 4 million in the float, 4.5 million in the float, 4.45 million in the float. Excuse me. I think it'd run for sure. And Williams shorted nerve at 624. Good thing I'm not looking to go long it, huh? I don't want to be on the opposite side of Williams' trades. Very much do I not want to be on the opposite side of his trades. He says he's already out. Uranium. I haven't seen uranium stocks in a while. And for good reason. Not a fan of uranium stocks in general. If you're wondering why I'm not a fan of them, it's because I lose money almost every single time I trade a uranium stock. They're kind of on my do not trade list. I mean, every time uranium looks like it's going to make a move up, it does not. You know, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me like 10 times and I'm an idiot. That's what happened to me. I'd say if I traded uranium stocks like 10 times last year, I was on the wrong side of it like 7 times. They are a tough trade, commodities, yes. I'm very careful with commodities. Too many things. You know, with everything though. I mean, news could come out from anywhere and mess you up. I ran into a period where everything I traded that was China related, I just couldn't help but make money on it. And then all of a sudden, everything I traded China related, I couldn't help but lose money on it. Just funny how that goes. Oh, Williams taking the flip side on nerve thinking takes out 7. I won't disagree with that. So I just noticed on the It's hard to see on this daily chart here. If I scroll back like this and zoom in, that'll make it better. 650, there's a topping shadow here. 630, I'm sorry, I thought it was 650. 642. So 642, there's a topping shadow here. That's what the price is at. 642. So I'd say that's a fairly significant level to get above and up into this gap right there. Michael Anthony, what I said about MP is that it's a mining stock that's going down when you have lots of mining stocks going up. So I wouldn't want to, there's not much for me to comment on it. It's a falling knife. It's at levels that it hasn't seen. It's at its lows. It's at its all-time lows essentially. So if you're into bottom fishing, by all means, and you have a risk plan, trade that risk plan with it. Outside of that, really not much to comment on an MP other than that. Yeah, they're right outside my door, these birds. I mean, like a few feet outside my door. You wouldn't think that I lived right out. Well, I'm about 10 miles north of the city. I'm like 12, 13 miles north of Manhattan, I should say. I'm about 5 miles north of the Bronx, 4 or 5 miles north of the Bronx. Believe it or not, we have trees in New York. It's wild. Some serenity here on a Friday afternoon. So there's nerve, shot up to about 650, 652 it says was the high there, and back under 6. But we can see when we first looked at nerve, the shares traded was just over 400,000. Now we're at 800,000, so we doubled that in just a few minutes here. See if that's the end for it or not. NBTX is still hanging out there. After that big bounce, ATLX has kind of just ran sideways. Not a whole lot going on there. OMI trying to make an assault on the high of the day here. They get 19. Let's see, what does that candle say? 1899 was the open. 1915 was the high. So a little ways off that high of the day. Zoom in, you can probably see it better. Yeah, there we go. So nerve still trying to flirt with that 6 level. Not a lot else really going on in the BOS. I mean, we've talked about this a few times already today. It's grinding along here. APM, not a lot to say there. Earnings are just past it here. Had this gap up the other day, kind of holding that gap. Only 420,000 shares traded on the day, though. Really small float. I mean, just under 1 million on the float. It's one of those anything can happen stocks. We've got some increasing volume in it. It is one of those anything can happen stocks. Biological products. What do they do? Pharmaceutical, engage, discovery, development, commercialization, therapeutics, assets to treat diseases with unmet medical needs. It operates through therapeutics. Blah 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 blah. All right, well, continues to make some noise. We know we caught it at about 400,000 on the volume on the shares traded. Obviously 11 relative volume, so this thing obviously doesn't trade much at all. Nerve back over 6, back under 6. So that bottoming shadow there on nerve came down, tagged the VWAP. See what happens from here, right? SPY's up over 412 now. Can't ignore that. I think the diamond's on the position lifetime range now. That was something else that JC talked about. Was everybody always discounts the Dow Jones? It's 30 of the biggest stocks in the world. How can you possibly ignore it? I mean, I had some old drawings on here even. You know, here's your all-time high. Let's go to a weekly chart. Jeez, I gotta clean up my charts better than this. This is terrible. Don't tell Barry this, all right? All right, that's better. You know, there's our all-time high in the Dow. And this never really had that same downward trend line that the SPY or the NASDAQ had, or the S&P or the NASDAQ had. I mean, it's not what I wanted. I mean, you can make an argument for this, I guess, as a downward trend line. That's really it. It's, you know, the only downward trend line I'd even attempt, and that broke a long time ago now. I guess you could argue that as a downward trend line. Why not, right? There's some subjectivity to it. My point being, you can make a bear or bull case for just about everything right now. Literally everything. Denver, that's awesome. Best week ever. I love hearing that. Love hearing that. That's kind of why I took that one shot at that one trade, and I said I had a good week. Like, you know, I handed back a few pennies. I'm okay with that, and that'll do it for me. It's another week starting Monday. Yeah, look, I mean, I look at the KWeb as far as, you know, part of to gauge China itself. You know, if I'm going to get into a Chinese stock, I would like the KWeb to be on my side. Oh my God, this is terrible. Here's the thing. I'm deleting all these lines today, but I'm not going to save this layout. That'll keep the lines deleted. So to go back into these charts again, I'll have to get rid of it. Oops. Back to let's go back to a daily chart here. I will be taking off in a moment here, folks. Leaving the room open. I have to step away at 2:30-ish. Then I'll be back at 3, and I'll keep the room open till 3:30. If it wasn't for this last little leg down here on the KWeb, you know, it's kind of got this look like, all right, yeah, we ran up and then kind of got this like settling in look, but then it did that. Let's say, you know, it kind of got this settling in look to try to make a comeback. But, well, you know, we'll see what happens. how often is the S&P 500 symbol list updated? I think there's a mechanism that updates it on its own there, Larry, but don't quote me on that. I don't really handle that part of things. That's more on the dev side that they do those things like that. Because we have, for example, I go to configure and I go to a symbols list. Like these daily lists here, these auto update on their own, these bearish engulfing and all that stuff like that. And we've got all these, all ETFs and ADRs and SPACs and stuff like that. There's a coding language that looks for stocks that meet certain description words and puts them in there. And I believe that's how that works for the S&P 500. But I could go email someone and find out. I could message them, but they never answer me on my messages. Anybody that's worked with developers, I mean, they get so head down and busy on the projects they're working with. And when you talk to them, like, oh, I didn't even realize. I mean, you can make it yourself. I mean, I would suspect, Larry, that list is going to be fine. I can't imagine it not being. Did I see Wall today? It came through my race earlier for Wall. Yeah, day trade it. I didn't, but looks like a good day trading vehicle for the moment. I wouldn't go investing in any of these banks. It's actually on a conversation with someone the other day, about that, and just, I just steer clear for now. If you know something, you got, like I said, you got a risk plan and risk appetite and all that stuff. So, all right, folks, I am going to throw myself on mute here. I will be back in a short little bit. So I should be back around 3:00. We'll keep this open for another half hour after I get back, and we'll see you in a few. Alrighty, folks, I am back. Looks like the place didn't burn down while I was gone. Just make sure that I didn't miss anything that people were asking me. Any questions here? Nope, looks good. So I'll hang out here for like, half an hour longer. Or well, it's 36. So I hang here till about 3:30, and we'll shut it down for the weekend. So let's see. I put it on idea surfing before I left here, and I see it's scrolling through some stuff here. This EVA. We saw this earlier, right? EVA. Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. Big gap down yesterday. Bounced a little bit today. Well, it's held most of the bounce that it had today. Up a $1.88 right now. Michael Anthony, what to buy long in this market right now. I'm with you. It's tough. It's tough. That's why I've really pivoted to a lot more day trading and kind of just taking care of the things that I want longer term. That's, like I said, more investment than trading. Although we're closing into Friday strength right now. I mean, look at the SPY here. Look at the SPY chart, right? Beautiful move into the close. Trying to move towards that 415 level again. We're 413.30-ish, give or take. I talked about the 30-day market breadth compare count window that I got going on. This has continued to move stronger. Your 30-day new lows is really kind of down on the mat right now. The 30-day new highs looking good. As I always say, I'm not necessarily a bear or a bull, but I think bull markets are more fun. Plus, most people have retirement accounts and things like that, and you don't see anybody getting hurt with that stuff, right? I mean, here's the thing, something like DPST, now I don't think that this ETF's going away anytime soon, but one thing you got to realize is when you've got triple leverage stuff, when you have leveraged funds and they rebalance, you got to be really careful, right, on the rebalancing of these things. So, there's that, the decay, the rebalance and the decay, essentially. So you got to be really careful with these kinds of funds like that. To me, anything triple X is short term, in intraday to a few days or a week or something like that. You want to spend regional banks right now. A tough bet. That's a tough bet. Here's a chart I'm looking at right now. CBAY. This was on this week's strength alerts, and had a bit of a pullback here on Tuesday. Yeah, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday. So I had a bit of a pullback on Tuesday. Not too far off its lifetime high, 1559. It's been a very strong chart overall. Problem is pharmaceutical and therapeutics, right? But made a really nice move up here at the end of the year, end of last year into the beginning of this year. Consolidated. It's made another leg up here. Maybe consolidating a little bit more. Definitely looking at that. I'm looking to take some nibbles on the longer term stuff, that's for sure. Sorry, Jar, I just saw your question there in the general market talk about E-Trade. Jamie Hodge uses the E-Trade account for testing if there's anything going on. I don't know how much he's using it still or not, but he had no complaints about E-Trade overall. At least pushing it through Brokerage Plus anyways. So that's, what I could comment on that. I think, when it comes to brokers, most are all the same. Some people will tell you that if you got spready stocks, one broker gives you a better fill than another broker. In my experience, between the brokers that I've used, I've used IB, TD, and Fidelity are the main brokers that I've used. I don't think there's any difference to me in any of those. And as far as extra confirmations, you can kill the extra confirmations. There should be there should be options to kill those confirmations. Like, are you sure you want to send this trade? There should be some kind of option that you don't have to check that every time, that you just send the trade and get it. Like Fidelity had it with Active Trader Pro. I don't think Thinkorswim had it or not. If there was a trade confirmation you had to kill on that. I know IB had one, I think, and that that got to get switched off. So I see someone put something about NBTX, crazy moves. I haven't looked at that chart in a minute. Jeez, yeah, look at that candle. Around 735, all the way back down to 610, give or take. That's a heck of a move, man. There's EBOS again. I think it's just not really done much in a while here. A little bit of move here in the last hour plus. Bit of bottoming shadow there on the last 15-minute candle. What's my take on MINM? I ain't looked in a minute. I mean, we've got 45 minutes left in the trading week, so I'd pretty much staying clear of it. Feels kind of weak to me at this point. I'd say this. Looking at this level here, just can't seem to get back above that now. I mean, here's the thing: you've got a 1 million float. So there could be some set of individuals that decide to run it up here one last time. Relatively speaking, it won't take much to do that. But I mean, look, so someone put a gun to my head and said, give me a trading plan for this right now, or take all your money or something, you make an entry here, and I don't know, maybe it's at 635. That's too far down. 573 is the VWAP. 635. I don't know if you made an entry here, bottom of the prior 15-minute candle. So the open was, the low was 606. So, maybe that is a stop. That someone, forced me to give something, but I'm certainly not going to do it. And I know how tempting it looks right now. We can see the green coming in this 15-minute candle. We can see it trying to pump. Here's the little bit of volume comes in. This just took a tick up. The 1-minute volume, 5-minute volume's taking a tick up. But look, the last few times it tried to make a move up here, it got rejected. So what are you really, what are you risking versus what are you making right now? You know what I mean? Like, what are the odds that it's really going to $8 or something like that? What are the odds it's really getting to $7 right now? And then where's your downside risk to? If you've got a model that makes sense, go for it. We can see it's trying to pump, and here goes, there's the 1-minute volume now. It went from, it was at 100, then 300, 400, 900 now. Prices bounced off, 660 back down to 640. So, it's all over the place. That's just tough. I would not be surprised to see it close around 630 or so. I wouldn't be surprised to see it close around that level. There's like that. There's 42 minutes and change left. Anything could happen. See that 1-minute volume now bouncing back down a little bit. Still pretty solid 1-minute volume though. Yeah, just for me, it's the end of the week. The week is what it is at this point. All right, Rio. Thank you. Appreciate you hanging here for us. We will see you Monday morning. Have a great weekend, buddy. There are a couple of people that are a reason why I survived my first couple of years of trading that did not go well, but I survived because they drilled into me stops, 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 and Real was one of them. Thank goodness for him. PAGS just grinding at the end of the day here. I mean, it's not like a holy cow move, but we were looking at this earlier in the day around that 1030 level or so. And, once it got up above 1045 or so, I was able to leave that behind. Came back, tested it around here. Closing strong. SPY putting in a couple of 15-minute red candles now there. We'll see what happens here. I'm flirting with that 413 level. Yes, we're going to go with security for short. Security, yeah. I mean, stops. But it wasn't just about, stops, like, different folks saying to me, well, why did you set your stop where you set it? Not criticizing my stop, but making me critically think about where I'm setting it and why I'm setting it. And just some trades it's more obvious than others where a good stop is. It's all relative. And of course it's relative to your time frame, how much you're risking, things of that nature. So yeah, MINM. I don't know why that combination of letters trips me up. Just kind of chopping around that area. So, like I said, could we see it explode? Yeah, of course we could. We've already seen what it's done a few times today, right? Just feels very risky at the end of the day. Now, for those of you that wonder, anytime you hear me talk about doing my homework going into the next week, one of the things I do is this scan that's right here. I start to go through and I look at the charts coming through here and look to see if there's anything that really interests me. And if there is, I'll set some price alerts or I'll set them on my liked symbol list. Like OMI. I like it, but I don't know, that gap up to the top of that gap, not so much. LASR, same thing. Because, we're in earnings season, so some of these would get a little tough in that regard. Oh, I'll share it with you. Yeah, any scan you ever see that I have, I'm always happy to share them. Just looking for the link for that. And I'll go over it so I can give you my thoughts too on like what I did and why I did it. So there's the scan itself, and then oops, click on that ETF. Configure. So very simple what I did. I'm looking at stocks between $4 and $40. Although I kind of look at stocks between like $8 and $40. Sometimes I'll turn this up to 50, but you can go in here and edit that. I want a relative volume of 1, and they trade at least 750,000 shares on the day. So I know, I got some liquidity in there. Sometimes that liquidity and volume are on the way up, sometimes they're on the way down, but we can determine that by looking at a chart, of course. And then clean this up. And then I want to see that there's 75% above the low of a 20-day range. I want to see there's 75% above the low of 2 days range. And so what I'm really just trying to do is I'm trying to find stocks that are, coming off a low and breaking out. 20 days is 20 trading days is basically a month. So I'm hoping to find stuff that's breaking out over a month and, it's closing strong on the day and may have some momentum into the next day. I'd say, one of my complaints on doing this is that often I see some things that look really good and like that's setting up really nice for the next day. Not only is it set up nice for the next day, but it opens with like maybe a small gap up and go that never gives me an entrance to get in. So I don't know, maybe I need to pull the trigger earlier, I guess. I wouldn't, generally speaking. I just don't like to trade that first half an hour or so. Definitely not the first 20, 25 minutes anyways. A little bit just depends, depends on the day of the week, the stock, the market, all those things like that. But like I said, the idea is trying to find stuff that's been in a bit of an uptrend and is closing strong. I mean, you're going to get stuff like this, of course, though. I don't think this was this in an uptrend? No, this wasn't really in any uptrend at all. You know what I mean? It just had the gap up today, but because now it's above the 20-day, 75% above the 20-day low and, up here on the end of the day, it obviously qualifies for the scan. So, but something like PAGS does have me a little more interested on a long-term basis. I don't mean long-term. I mean, looking at it more of a long-term uptrend, came down here, bottomed at the beginning of April, made a nice move up, consolidated, is making another move up, above this level here, as I mentioned a few times. It's moving into this gap. It can close that gap at $12. It's a large float stock, but I've seen this stock do some wild things over the last several years. So keep that in mind too. For whatever reason, the stock has a high beta. Yeah, there's have you watched our Getting Started video series that kind of goes into like the basics on scan building and stuff? Here, let me find a couple of links for you for education links, and also the probably a lot of the Getting Started series you can skip. All right. So, it's like 3-minute videos, but obviously you know how to log into the software, you know some of that stuff, but there'll probably be some stuff in there that you can, that might help you still. And then let's see, you might find this helpful. They're a little bit old now. But I bet the basics of them would still help you. They're about an hour plus each, the TI University series. So this is one, and it's like they go 101, 201, 301, 401. So you might find these helpful here. And you can skip around in them. It's 101, 201. Just looking for the links. I have them at my thing out of order here. And then 401. And then, the last thing I'll do here before I shut it down is, I'd say this, when you're building a scan, you obviously we're going to come to new, and I don't know if you want a top list or an alert window. Let's go with alert window just because there's more stuff to talk about in here. you come to the search tab, right? And first, the difference between alerts and filters, alerts and event, right? A new high, new low, all these different things that we have in here as alerts, all right? And if you ever question on what does something mean, you select it and press the help button and you get a web page that looks like this. It'll take you right to the definition of, what you're looking at. So that'll help you out there. And, ask yourself, what is it I'm trying to find? Sometimes you might want to start with filter. Sometimes you might want to start with an alert, and then once you've kind of figured that out, and I think, most windows, when you're making an alert window, you want one alert, maybe two. But, when you're building a window, when you're building an alert window, not all alerts are going to convert with all filters well. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, if you're trying to find stuff that's trading at the low of a range, you don't want a new high. Like if you're looking at some trading at the low of a day or something like that, you wouldn't take a new high alert, right? You take a new low alert. It wouldn't make sense to have something like that. So, those are things to consider. And then, you just always type and search different items in here too, what it is that you're specifically looking for. MINM. So someone was, what was it? KR said he had a short bias over in YouTube. Looks like that short bias would be paying out. I mean, how could you know though? It would pull the ripcord or not. So that's what I'd suggest to you, coming in here, doing that. And then, it's at the beginning, a lot of scan building for me was throwing stuff against the wall, running the history against it, seeing what it looked like, what I liked, what I didn't like, and how to try to change that. The other thing you might want to check out, and this is what I'll end with here, and I'll give you the link for it, is our stocks like this page. So let me first find the link for stocks like this, copy the link address, throw this in YouTube first. And this will be the thing that I end with here. So on this page here, and now I'm going to bring the page over. We have the ability to go back and look at what filters and alerts may have happened on a certain stock at a certain time, right? So if I wanted to say, gee, well, I think NBTX would be a good one here, right? So NBTX, it made that huge move at around 11:30. All right. So I type in here, NBTX. All right. We're on date Friday, May 5th. I want time 11:30 Eastern. And the smallest duration we can get is 5 minutes. And I hit submit. All right. And now here's every single alert that triggered on that, on a 5-minute candle for NBTX. That's every single alert that happened during that time. And so look, what's one of the things, first things that I happened to actually notice was it did not make a new high of the day in that first 5 minutes of making that big move up, NBTX, right? Next, we can come down here and we can look at, the minimum and maximum values during that 5-minute period on every filter that we offer. And so this is a way you can go back and kind of back engineer a scan that would find other stocks that may or may not have a move like this. Now, can you build the perfect scan with this? If you can, and then you tell us about it, you'll be the first person that built the perfect scan that we know about. Perhaps there's someone out there that has one. We just don't know about it. Of course, anybody builds a perfect scan, I don't know that they're going to want to share that. So, with that said, I think you can certainly help yourself dial in. And also, looking at these things, you may find that one filter seems more relevant than another to what you're doing for these types of moves that you may be looking for. I'm just giving one example, right here. So, it's a powerful tool of stocks like this page. I highly recommend using it, and especially if you're, towards the beginning and trying to figure out what you're doing there. And all right, yeah. So I guess that'll wrap it up for me here today, folks. I greatly appreciate everybody just just being who you are. Great community in here. It just always seems to get better anytime I'm hanging out in the room here. I'll try to be as active as I can on the microphone here. Like you said, I'm not as active as Barry to start with. I'm making, day trades. I'll make like 4 to 8 day trades in a week, maybe 10 on the real busy side for me. So, there's just some days I just don't trade because I don't have to always day trade. You know what I mean? I'm always scalping something on the swing side for a day or two here. But I try to keep it interesting, try to keep talking. Hopefully you guys don't mind anything that's coming out of my mouth. I try to always keep it market focused. I do hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Get outside, get some air, stretch those legs, and we will catch you all on Monday. All right. Thanks, everybody. Take care. We'll see you soon. You doing all right in there, kiddo? Okay. I just hear you coughing a little bit, that's why. Alana, do you have any clothes that need to be washed in here? Okay. Can I what? Blow on your nose? Blow your nose. Here. Do not leave dirty tissues in your thing. Try to drop them in here. You miss. When you get down later, pick them up. Right? Okay. I'm going down to do some laundry. Set timer 26 minutes.